Okay, looks like everything's all good. And just a little thing as a warning first is this stream may be a little shorter because I'm just a bit tired tonight. Didn't sleep that well today, or yesterday. Last night, jeez. Yeah, I didn't sleep insanely well last night and just combined with the medication making me tired. Yeah. So I've got coffee here to help, but that'll only do so much. Okay, they despawned. So, as per that one person's request and insistence on the Vespiquen, I actually did grab one. And I leveled it up to 30, to be at the same as my team. Which, here are the Pokemon that I ran into and caught off stream. I had to catch a Rotom, and then I kind of just got in a groove of catching random Pokemon. Hey there, Stunt. But yeah, so I caught a Rotom, Swablu, Numel, Smoliv, Combi, Squilvit, Meowth, Murkrow, Mischief, Marl, Kricketot, Murray, Varoom, Grimer, Lowkicks, and Girafarig. Which, this Varoom is going to be a potential. Same with this Rotom, because it can be just about anything. And I actually managed to get a, Oh, alright. Have a good time lurking, Stunt. But yeah, I managed to actually snag a Rotom catalog at the auction. Nope. Almost messed it up. Oh, that's nice. And welcome back, GG. How are you doing? Yeah, I think it was to your insistence that I grabbed a, Oh, that's awesome. But yeah, I think... Was it your insistence that I grabbed a Vespiquen? As a really good, bug flying? Or was that someone else? But yeah, I grabbed one off stream. Oh, alright. I forgot because that raid yesterday, a couple more people were talking in. But yeah, I did quite a few raids around just to get some XP. To get that thing up to 30. Which, with this badge, I think I can have up to level 40? And this would be a good time to go to my Dolly. He's a the gym leader there is kind of tough. He specializes in some really, really powerful normal types. Oh, hello. Oh, that was a capsule kid. I thought that was something else entirely. Oh, you saved the grass gym? Yeah, you're supposed to do bug then grass. Oh, the thing is, there is no one set thing. It's just certain gyms are lower level by default. I think some of them scale to you and others don't. Yeah, for me, usually the ice type gym is like level 60s. So yeah, I usually leave that one till almost last. Yep, nothing there. Okay. There's one of the stakes. I'll be grabbing all those later. I remember there's like a level 70 up there. Maybe in the Navy Evolution? I just remember it's one that you can't really get to without all of the upgrades. But yeah, I kind of like how there's just the freedom to go to any gym you want to in this. Like, do any of the star bases you want to. Any of the Titans in any order. Like, this is an actual just open world Pokemon game. I wonder if the thing is here right now. No it's not. Huh. So the thing for this gym is I'm going to take a guess at what the thing is here and see if my memory is correct. Because if so, I'm not gonna have to do any of the gym, like the gym test. Well, that is nice to offer, but like, up until the end of the game, until, you know, I like do all the regular stuff, go through Area 0, and get the 4 mythical Pokemon. Like, until I do that, I probably won't be doing any trading whatsoever. Just because that's how I am with that. Does this place not have... This place doesn't have any clothing stores. Of course. Alright. Yep, there's the Mona. Hey, Draconius! I saw you going into the gym and came running. Listen, I'm really sorry I couldn't bow to you last time we ran into each other. Wait, don't get me wrong, I didn't chase you down just to battle you. Then again, I guess I wouldn't mind a battle or anything. If you wanted to. What do you say? Yeah, sure. Yes! Battle time! You and me, Draconius. Wait, hold on. I want to be sure to pick the right Pokemon for where you're at in your journey. Sorry, give me a sec to fine-tune my team, then we can battle. In fact, while you're waiting, go ahead and take on the gym. Yeah, I'll probably be doing that after doing this gym. And go up to the midpoint of the lessons, which... That's part of the reason why I have the coffee. Great. Now, in order to face Gym Leader Larry, you'll first need to pass the gym test. Here at the Medali Gym, that means ordering a special secret menu item. Specifically, a menu item at the Treasure Eatery, a much-loved restaurant here in Medali. Order correctly, and you pass. Right now, there are 3 other challengers around town attempting this gym test. I think I remember it as well, because I've done this twice in the past. Each challenger has been given a different clue that'll help them discover the secret dish. You'll be given a clue as well. Please find and battle the other trainers. The loser must tell the winner their clue. Your goal is to gather clues and use them to determine the secret dish. Then order it from the waiter at the Treasure Eatery. Only the challenger who's able to order correctly will pass the test. Yeah, your clue is how the regulars see them. Yep. I'd suggest you start by hearing what a regular at the Treasure Eatery has to say. But yeah, if I remember right, it's the grilled rice balls, high heat with lemon, at a medium. Yeah, at a medium portion. Yeah, let me see here. Oh, they take you right up front, right? Oh, one of the gym test challengers. I hope you're able to figure out our special secret menu item. Now tell me, what will you be ordering? There's the rice balls, medium, extra crispy, and lemon? I hope I remembered this right, because if so, I don't have to do the gym test. Medium serving grilled rice balls, fire blast style, with fresh lemon on the side. Oh my gosh, I got it right. Congratulations, you passed the gym test. You now have the right to challenge the gym leader. Yeah, I have no clue what happens to them. Because they're not just around the restaurant at different spots. The tables are folded up against the wall. So maybe it's just they didn't want to animate all those NPCs getting up, moving around, and the tables getting moved. Please come speak to me again when you're ready to battle. Yeah, if you look over here, all the stuff is up against the wall. Which is just a cool little, side thing. So I think it's like maybe they planned to have an animation there, but they just didn't have the budget to do so. Or maybe it was something they cut. And also, Curly leveled up to 31, which she was trying to evolve into carnivore. What? Curly is evolving. So yeah, I canceled that so it wouldn't evolve off stream. Congratulations, your Curly evolved into a Gardevoir. This thing is so powerful. Oh, yep, there's Dazzling Gleam. Yeah, I'm gonna throw that as a disarming voice. I think I want these around 35. You're going to be my ace here. It wants to learn Hyper Voice. Yes, the Screaming Mouse Pokemon wants to learn Hyper Voice. Oh, it's actually pretty much equal in special and physical. That's interesting. I like having Bullet Seed on you. Low Kick is really good. Super Fang is good for catching. I'll swap out Play Rough, because there's a 10% chance to not hit. Yeah, I'll give these to Maya. Think this should be good? I like having U-turn on her, because that's just a really good random move to have. She is not really a special attacker at all. So I guess I'll take Magical Leap off. There's only going to be one Grass-type move she is going to know eventually. Because it's so ridiculously overpowered. Okay. This should be fine. Do you want to face the exceptional everyman himself, Gym Leader Larry? Yes. In that case, please head to the battle court. Larry, you're up. Hello. I'm Larry. I'm assigned to work as the gym leader of the Medali Gym. Good job on making your way through the gym test. And, well, maybe try the other dishes on the menu too sometime. Everything's good here. Anyway, my boss will dock my pay if I spend too much time chit-chatting. Let's get this battle over with. Hey, that's nice. Thank you for doing business with us today. I, Larry, will be at your service. I forgot that Kamala was his first Pokemon. This thing sucks so bad. I just ate, so let's not go too hard. Wait, my knuckle sack can't be put to sleep. So that's coming out first. Yeah, there we go. I think I'm gonna Soul Cure it and then use Smackdown. I love getting that Salt Cure off just in case it knocks down their Pokemon, it still has some damage coming through. That's the speed stat. Yeah, speed doesn't matter for that Sucker Punch. Yeah, I'm gonna use a Super Potion because it's probably gonna Sucker Punch again. Yep, as I thought. Oh, I probably should have used Recover then. Oh well. It's just spamming Sucker Punch. Interesting. Oh, do Dunsparce. I'll bring in a Maya for this. Which I find it so weird that they finally gave Dunsparce an evolution. And They just added another segment and made it slightly bigger. Alright, it's got glare. And height. Yeah, I remember those things taking off quite a bit of my team before. Just because that Hyper Drill is just a little too strong. See if I can't wear down its uses. Oh, now I should be able to survive and get a hit. Or not. Okay. Clodsire has good physical defense, but it's ground type. Vespiquen. Yeah, which I didn't know that Vespiquen just always had pressure. I still don't know what that is. You did 46 damage with that. I'm gonna have to just hope that... Yes, it went for glare. He barely survived. Well, my Vespiquen's going down here. So I'm gonna heal up a different Pokemon. What? It went for glare? It's spamming glare. Oh, I ran out of uses from the... Okay. Okay, now you're Staraptor. Train in Mousehole. You don't say, Larry. Which, if I remember right... Yep, this is your final Pokemon. Which it's going to become just a flying type, or just a normal type. It's going to lose its flying. How's this Hyper Voice? Oh! 90. You know, let's go normal versus normal personalization. Come on, Larry, step it up a notch. We got hungry customers waiting. Give them something to cheer for, you hear? Show us what you got, Larry. And you too, kid. Well, you heard the good folks. Suppose I can put on a bit more of a show. Well, I think Depth Queen just kind of underrated and really good. Just because she's able to, she's able to have pressure on her without being a legendary. Not many Pokemon can have pressure that aren't legendary. I think it's time to show you that real life isn't all just being true to yourself. Oh yeah, saw it. Yes, it didn't one-shot me. Oh. That didn't do as much as I thought it would. Nope, that's fine. Knuckles, get back in here. She should be resilient to both flying and normal. Let's get Assault Cure. Good, that only did 30. Gonna use this next turn to get health back. Ooh, actually I might just be able to outlast it by using Recover. So it does about 30 and I can recover up to 40. If that Soul Cure hits one more time, I will. I didn't realize Knuckles could be a very good stall Pokemon. Wow. I never realized that this evolution trail could be very good for stalling. Huh. Ooh, Power Gem. You know what? That's better than Slash. You defeated Gym Leader Larry. I think there's quite a few different versions of that Tauros too, that have different typing. Though I don't know how to get them. You're rather strong, aren't you? Enough to bring out my poker face, even. I lost. So that means I have to give you a badge. But that battle made me a bit hungry. Care to join me for a meal? Heh. So, yeah, that's a little bit of a debacle with this game, is, technically this game has no legendaries. Because the 4 kind of special Pokemon that you can find post-game, or almost post-game, like near post-game, are, pretty much mythical Pokemon and not legendaries. They're a little closer to mythical rather than legendary, which... yeah. Which I think makes this the only Pokemon game that doesn't have a single legendary. Having 5 gym badges in hand makes it easier to catch Pokemon up to level 45. Oh, and they'll actually listen to you too. This is for you, though hopefully a child like you has no need to put on its namesake. So yeah, the DLC that's going to be coming out, the first one is for the legendary that was supposed to be in the game normally. Oh, don't worry about the bill. I do earn a salary after all. Now, I'd better get back to work, if you'll excuse me. Oh, that went down the wrong pipe. Okay. Another gym leader defeated. Well done. Rika informed me that there was an unusual trainer worth keeping an eye on. It seems she meant you. I'd guessed as much. I had the pleasure of observing your last match. I was impressed by the fantastic skill you showed. If you manage to keep your momentum and achieve champion rank, I will be very interested in inviting you to the Pokemon League, and... Hey, Draconius! I got my team all picked out. And I saw you battling the gym leader. You just keep getting better. How good to see you again, Champion Nemona. It has certainly been a while. Whoa, wait, La Primera? With Draconius? Why do you call her that? Wait, did I forget to give you the full explanation? Everyone calls Miss Gita La Primera because she's just that. She's the real #1. Even higher than us regular champions. She's the top champion. I do indeed hold that claim, alongside my role as chairwoman of the Pokemon League, that is. I thought you were too busy to spend your time checking in on gyms. I'm not here to inspect the gym. I've come to scout some rather promising young talent. Whoa! I look away for 1 second and you're famous, Draconius. But hey, I found Draconius first. You may be La Primera, but you can't go stealing it from me. I suppose I'll have to get in line. That's right. Come on, Draconius, time for our battle. Quick, let's go! The battlefield's calling. 1 moment, please. Huh? What is it? I would very much like to observe this matchup, if that is alright. Oh, totally fine by me. Sounds fun, right, Draconius? Yeah. Which I'll get to your question in a second here. Thank you kindly. I'm already excited to see you two face off. Let's be on our way then. So, yeah, that first big DLC, which is going to be coming out, I think, later this year, is supposed to have the Pokemon that was supposed to be the main legendary of the game. Which is teased multiple times throughout the game in the Scarlet and Violet book, if you read through them. And, like, stuff like that. Like, it's teased so much. And I think there was even, like, an animated thing which teased it. But, yeah, it's not in the game normally, even though it should be. And I know where it's going to be. At least I have a feeling, unless they add a whole new area for it. But yeah, it's one of those things that it feels a little scummy, because it's like... Okay, you're building up this legendary. That's not in the game! It kind of almost felt like something... Kind of like, one of the legendaries that they thrust on you randomly. Like, just all of a sudden you start learning about it, and then they throw it at you. Except they don't throw it at you. But I think it really was just because there was a lot of, this game was rushed. Like, this game was rushed. So it's probably something that they meant to have it normally, but had to cut the content from. But they wanted to put it back in, so the only way for Nintendo to allow them to do that was by making it a DLC. So yeah, I have a feeling it's more on Nintendo's end on this rather than Game Freak themselves. You remember how it all works, right? Once you get badges from all the gyms, you get to throw down against the strongest Pokemon trainers around. Yes, you must face the Pokemon League. It is located to the northwest of Mesagoza. The Pokemon League is where trainers are reborn as champions. The greatest honor that they might dream of. Collecting 8 gym badges sets you up to take the champion assessment. If you can face the challenge of the final examiner and win, you become a champion. Just imagine how that moment would feel. Try getting into that champion mindset. Now, set your sights on reaching that big important stage and let's excuse me, one moment. I believe Draconius' Pokemon still may be a little fatigued. Thank you, Gita. Sorry, got a little caught up in my battle hunger. Well, you should be in great shape now, thanks to La Primera. Okay, Draconius. Time to put our game faces back on. Let's have us another fruitful battle. Oh. I noticed it swapped between, Gita and Nemona there for a second. Yep. Hello, Lycanroc. I know La Primera is watching, but no need to get worked up. Just stay cool. Oh my gosh, it crit! And got the flinch off. Okay. I don't know what that move is. Clodsire dig! Clodsire. Oh my gosh, this thing is getting so lucky with flinches. I should get what, 3 or 4 flinches in a row? That's... Ooh, that was a good one. Your move really had some zing to it. Oh, she might have something on it too. She might have a cane rock on it. But the reason why I'm thinking that is the King's Rock increases flinch chance. And the Goomy. Well, I got Gardevoir here. Shigumi is what? Poison Dragon? Or is it Water Dragon? Oh, normal? Really? Well, that's the reason why I keep a fairy type in my team. Let's send in Pomo. Vespiquen. If need be, I can bring Gardevoir back out and use Psychic. Or Psybeam. Vespiquen may be able to take it down with Gust. No, 50 damage exactly. Oh. Right. That's not super effective against it now. Yeah, I forgot electric fighting. It cancels out the weakness. Ground type should work, though. Doesn't look like it has fighting type moves. Well, I only saw 2 of its moves, so maybe. Quaquaval. Amaya should be faster. Wow. Seeing this La Primera? I'm getting backed right into a corner. Oh. Wait, you have yours fully evolved? Uh-oh, that means it's flying type. Or that it might have acrobatics. Let's hope it doesn't. Well, Aqua Step is its special. Like, that's its unique move. Yep. Hers learned flying type move. Mousehold. It has Bullet Seed. I only got 2. Oh, she's going to do it. So now it's just going to be getting faster and faster. So, thankfully that move isn't very quick. And it has Aqua. Okay. Jeez. Well, flying those to an Aqua Jet. Gardevoir. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So she's able to survive an Aqua Jet. She might not be able to. Come on, Hypnosis. It went through. Dazzling Gleam. It might wake up this turn. So I'm bringing my mouse home back. Well, the thing is, it has flying type moves. I'm gonna bring Vespiquen in so Gardevoir doesn't get sacked. That won't do anything. Okay, let's hyper up my Gardevoir. Yep, I knew you were getting back soon. I'll sack Knuckle Stack and heal up Mousehold. It doesn't have sturdy. Yeah, mine has Purifying Salt, which protects it from status type moves and makes it so ghost type moves don't do as much damage. Alright, Mousehole, get out here. And Bullet Seed. How many of those do you have left? Come on, get a 5. 3. Oh, only got 3. Please be out of Aqua Step. Maybe? Of course not. Well, thing is, I know it can't one-shot Gardevoir. So I should be just barely pulling this through. Oh, wait, it has Torrent. Oh crap, it might one-shot her. One shot. Well, damn it. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do here. I forgot Clotair's Water Absorb! And that's why I keep that thing in my team. People are gonna start paying more and more attention to you, I just know it. An amazing display of talent, even against one as skilled as Champion Nimona. That was a splendid match. I enjoyed watching very much. Now even La Primera thinks you're one to watch. You've got so much potential. The way you're going, I better watch my back. You know, since the first time we met, I've been weirdly sure of one thing. You're gonna become a champion, no doubt about it, Draconius. Rest of these gyms, you can take them. 100%, no problem. I agree. In fact, you should take this. Consider an investment in your future. I forgot she gives you Terra Blast. That's actually really good. If a Pokemon uses that move while terrestrialized, the move's type will change to the Terra type of the Pokemon, as well as it attacking with whatever is the stronger of the Pokemon's stats. either physical or special. Like, that is an amazing move. One day, Draconius, you and me are gonna have the greatest battle of all. I know it. I'm gonna go train up, even more than I already have been. She shows you such support and friendship. Or perhaps she hopes you might truly rival her. No. I think it's no mere hope. She seems to have complete faith that you will catch up to her. At any rate, allow me to return you to the gym where I found you. And I need to go heal up my Pokemon. Oh, she did it for me. Oh my gosh, I did that by the skin of my teeth. So yeah, I was definitely properly leveled. Because that was not easy. Alright. So, what can I buy? Oh, I can buy ultras now. I am buying these. And yeah, I'm gonna buy 10 hyper potions. Okay. Gotta make sure I'm in the right box here. Alright, I am. Alright. That was a bit tougher than I thought it would be. Oh look, Persian. I might be able to get a sneak hit on this dash run. Or dock spun. Yeah, it says dock spun. U-turn! Oh. Oh, hello, there's a Charcadet. Which would be my level. There's a Pinecro over there, too. Which, if I remember right, Pinecro turns into Fortress? Oh, over 10. Should I just catch this thing to fill out Pokedex? Yeah, this isn't a fairy type that I will end up using. But may as well get it in my Pokedex. Alright, I want to be quick before that thing despawns. Which I got insanely unlucky earlier. Oh my gosh, speaking of unlucky, it's another male. But yeah, I was around an area with a bunch of Grimer. Which was just right next to, what's this place called? Puerto Marinada. Like, I was on this hill right here. I started going back to the Pokemon Center. And, I saw a green Grimer. And it despawned before my Pokeball hit it. So yeah, that's painful. Oh, alright, GG. Have a good one. And hope you get some good rest. I want to do something. Yeah, I've got all these XP candies. I think I'm gonna use some on my starter. And see if she'll evolve into stage 3. Yep. She was a level or 2 away. Meowscarada. Well, she now has Dark type, which is very good. Yes, you will learn Flower Trick, and you are never going to forget this move. Because it always hits, always lands a critical hit, gets the same type attack boost, gets boosted by my Miracle Seed, and gets further boosted by my... So yeah, it's got the same type attack boost. The... what's it called? Terrestrialization bonus. The seed bonus. The critical hit bonus. And super effective bonus on certain enemies. And it can't miss. Yeah, so that move is just overpowered. Time to put it to use. Hey, Draconius. Apparently this desert is home to the quaking earth type. Speaking of which, the ground's been shaken off and on and, making me feel a bit sick. Sorry, I'm just gonna sit down and rest a little bit before I get back to Titan hunting. Which I know I've probably changed Arvin's voice every single stream. But just because I can't remember what voice I gave him. Iron Treads! Hi. So yeah, steel ground type. Hello, Draconius. This is Professor Turo. Iron Treads is a Pokemon that came from the great crater Paldea. I ask that you do whatever is needed to subdue it for me. With all due caution, of course. Chelsea here, this is going to be a crit. Gonna get Terrestrialized. C buffs it, for typing buffs it. This should do a ton of damage. Alright, a little over a third of its health. Nice, it used Rapid Spin. Then Flower Trick. Boom! Good job, Amaya. I'm just gonna use a Hyper Potion on you. And let me see here. Do I have any PP up or PP max? Because if I do, I'm gonna use those on that move. Nope, HP, iron, and calcium. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna get any of the PowerPoint stuff yet. I have one Lepa Berry, so that's not gonna work. Hey, I have an Ether. Okay. So I'm gonna be starting off by using Flower Trick, but not terrestrializing her. Then I'll terrestrialize Clodsire and use ground type moves. Which, if I remember right, Arvin brings a Scoville in for this. The Titan Iron Treads began eating something. Draconius, looks like you found yourself a Titan. Wait, that's the Quaking Earth Titan. Is that thing even a Pokemon? You must be trying to get pumped up with that little snack. Time to show that thing what you and me can do, Draconius. Yeah, I think I've just given up on giving Arvin a voice. Like any special one. It's just gonna be my voice. I'm gonna use a Scoville I caught nearby to seize a real spicy victory. This is gonna burn. Scary face, that's speed. Nice. Of course this is a Alright, Clodsire, get in here. Terrestrialize and dig. I think this Iron Thread has a earthquake. We didn't use it against a Maya. Yeah, it probably doesn't. Ooh, good Fire Fang. It's been the wrong one. Alright, so this should be a 4 times damage. Which should finish it off, actually. Nope. Excuse me. Okay, well, Iron Threads went down pretty quickly. I'm pretty surprised. Huh. Oh, that is one happy... Oh my gosh, I forgot what it was called. Not Quagsire. Clodsire. That is one happy Clodsire. And no charm. I need my muscle to learn Population Bomb. Because that's its signature move. Yes, nice going, little buddy. What even was that thing, though? I kind of feel like maybe I've seen it before somewhere. Perhaps in that book that you've been carrying around. Anyway, I bet if we head inside here, we'll find more of that Herba Mystica I was eating. Let's give the place a once-over before that thing decides to come back. Come out, wherever you are. Yes, found it. Here's our little herb. I think this is the sour one. Yep, I actually remembered it right. This shape, this sheen, it looks like it'll taste horrible. Which means it's gotta be good for you. Now then, let's see. What does the book have to say? Okay, sour Herba Mystica is chock full of nutrients and is great for boosting your overall health. It says here it works wonders whether you're tired physically or mentally. Perks you right up. Well, if something is overly sour, it would wake you up. Like, I'm sure drinking straight lemon juice would shoot you away. No time to waste. Let's get some food going. Yeah, watch out! Sorry for the wait. Here's a super healthy sandwich that'll prick you right up once you eat it. Plus, as a token of our friendship, here's another Titan badge. Gaze upon it in awe as you eat. That thing's probably gonna be more sour than a damn warhead. A lemon one at that. Of course I'm giving it to Miraidon. Come on out, Mastiff. Food's up. Oh ho ho! Would you look at that? Seems like someone's got a proper appetite now. Oh, that was for gliding. Oh, right, the last one is from the Dragon Lake. Oh. Seems like that fellow's also slowly regaining its original strength. Still, doesn't look like it's anywhere close to returning to its battle form. It seems healthy enough physically. Maybe it's got some kind of mental block that's preventing it from returning to its true form. What do you mean? I read about it in books before. A mental scar, like psychological trauma, you know? I think that's what you call it. Maybe it had a terrifying experience in battle, so now it's scared of battle at all. Well, don't worry. I'm sure both that brute and Mastiff will make a full recovery eventually. So, how do you feel, Mastiff? How's the Urban Mystica working? Yeah, no pressure. Not like it's fair to expect every kind of Urban Mystica to have some huge effect, right? And it's not like the effect has to be immediate either. Hey, it's okay, don't worry. Draconius and I are gonna make sure you're right as rain. We got one more herb to go, and I bet it's the best of them all. It's just gotta be. Alright, Draconius. Next stop on our little herb hunt should be the last. But we can't lose steam until we're done. Let's keep up our momentum. Here we go! Hello, Draconius. This is Tura. I detect that Miraidon has gained more of its original power. After it has jumped into the air, you should try pressing the B button again. It should glide now. You must continue helping Miraidon recover. This is one heck of a storm. Yeah, now if I remember right, that Pokemon will actually just be around here now. Ooh, Acid Spray. That's a good one. So many soft sands. I do not need that many. At least they're worth a good chunk of money. I think they were, what, $350 a piece? Or $500 a piece? Something around there. Nice, find a bunch more potions. Which kind of agrees that all the potions I've had so far have just been found. See, with the ethers and stuff, like, I haven't bought really any of that except for those 10 supers. Or no, there's 10 hypers, not supers. Alright, let's look here. Got a rare bone. Yeah, I got stuff where I can make so much and clean up all my Pokemon. So I think I'm gonna do that. Okay, I can't set a picnic while riding a Pokemon. Here we go. You can join picnics together with the Pokemon in your party. If you're playing in a group with friends through the Union Circle, you can also have picnics with friends. You won't be able to set up a table in the middle of a town or where there isn't enough space to get everything out. Or on inclines, where things might go sliding off your table. Yep. I'm gonna one by one wash all of my Pokemon. Starting with the Maya. For the Combi, or not the Combi, no. Vespiquen. One of my Pokemon bounced the ball off it while I was watching it. That's kind of funny. Then one did that to Gardevoir. Is that my mouse Garada that's doing that? Because if so, that would make sense. Oh no, that was Vespiquen. Wait, did Gardevoir bounce it off Vespiquen so Vespiquen bounced it off Gardevoir? If so, that's hilarious. Wait, Nuzzle, get back here. Hello there, big buddy. I seriously, like, need a plush pillow of this thing. Who knows, I might find something for that when we end up going to Japan next year. Alright, everyone over here. Time to clean the whole household. Jeez. What's with them kicking at the ones I'm cleaning? I've never had this happen before. Alright, now you Miraidon. There we go. They're all cleaned and happy. So I got Mousehold, I got Miraidon. Cloudsire, Vesperquin. Yeah, I got them all. Put them in the basket. Alright, let's make something. Which, I have to say, I kinda wish they would kind of fix this minigame a little bit, because it looks like you're perfect on, and then it flops in the absolute wrong spot. Especially for the bread. I think I may have gotten that perfect. For the first time I've done that. Wow. That's the best I've ever made one of those. Hey, I got it up to a 3-star. Nice. Caterpillar, Brave Power, Catching Power. Yeah, I don't really care about those right now. Just giving them all something to make them happy. Which, I have to say, out of these systems, I liked the one in, Right, I absolutely liked the one in Sword and Shield much better. Oh, and that sucks, stunt. We usually get sugar ant, like a problem with sugar ants. Those things get everywhere. But we haven't had that issue this year so far, weirdly enough. Okay, so let me think here. Dark type is weak to Bug, Fairy, and Fighting. Cloudsire isn't weak to dark. I think Knuckle Stack would be resilient. Yeah, why not? Okay. Sounds like a less irritating fire ant. Which we get those. My god, those bites hurt. Hello there, Ender. How are you doing? that's cool. Where are you going? Whoa, whoa, hold it, you. Up ahead is the base of operations for Team Star's Dark Crew. You may know us as the Sane Squad, or as the Sagan Squad? Sagan? Huh. Yep, and we don't take too kindly to random kids sniff around our turf. Sorry, but if you don't turn yourself around here, amigo, we'll have to send you packing. Wait, hold up. Just going on a hunch here, but are you that Draconis kid? You know, the piece of work we're out to get for declaring war on Team Star? Maybe I am. Maybe I am, he says. Cool as a cucumber. Honesty's not always the best policy, you know. Ooh, nice. The pastor for my church actually goes out to Alabama every year with his family. Pretty nice. I've only ever heard good things from them about it. So yeah, I hope you have a good time. Why, thank you. You know, it doesn't matter who you are. You're not getting through. Buzz off or get thrashed by me in battle, kid. What'll it be? I'll take you on. Ah, sassy kids like you are the worst. That's it. Prepare to get stomped into the dirt. Okay, so it depends. Because I have had multiple favorites over the years. Which I think I said that my most recent was Zoroark, specifically the shiny version. Because I love that, like, purple hair it gets. But I think there was a different one that I was very much into recently. Huh. No, I think it's Zoroark. Which I love having Zoroark on a team because they're used really well competitively. Ah, how the heck could I lose? Well, whatever, it's your problem now. Finish up here for me, would you, bud? Okay, thanks. Hasta la vista. Hasta la vista. She's new to the team, you know? Might have to have a little chat with her about that attitude. Well, I'm gonna go into the base now and give the rest of the squad the heads up. We'll come at you full force if you set foot inside, so you might want to consider turning tail. Either way, best of luck to you, amigo. I don't know if I've ever seen a shiny Drifloon before. I'll have to look it up. Hasta la vista. Yeah, let me look here. Shiny Drifloon. Oh, that is cute. That golden light blue? Oh, that's really cute.
Foxtrot!
Oh, why thank you for the follow. I see you took care of the guards. Nice work. Now, hold up in that base is Team Star's Dark Crew, the Segan Squad. Their boss, Yokomo, I think that's how it's said. Because it is a Spanish name. Yeah, I think that's it as Yokomo. Pretty much runs the whole of Team Star. And he also produced that wild soundtrack of theirs himself. He's a sharp guy. Even our declaration of war won't have ruffled him in the slightest. His plan is probably to wear you down with a wave of grunts, then finish you off himself. No use trying to outthink strategist types like him. Bring him down with a head-on attack. Just keep on defeating as many Pokemon as you can until the big man himself shows up. Ring the bell on the gates once you're ready to kick off this phase of the operation. Time to wipe the Segan Squad off the map. Yep, let's try this. It's definitely within the level range, so it shouldn't be too bad. Some kid lucked out beating one of our sister squads, and now he thinks he can take us on. Time to give him the boot, gang. Let's show this Gatecrasher what Team Star can do. And if you're listening, Gatecrasher, know this. Unless you can beat 30 of our Pokemon in 10 minutes, our boss won't lift a finger to deal with the likes of you. Go, Gardevoir! Oh, that was a nice type. Oh, some Zola. Interesting. Wait. There you go. Oh yeah, these are easy. Oh, and there we go. Oh, Miss McQuinn, you're going a little overboard there. He's way above our level. We've got to get the boss. Ooh, I might try and give this guy more of a radio announcer voice. Because that seems like that fits him as a bit of a DJ. You've done a real number on us, Party Crasher. Draconius, was it? I am Yokomo. At the deck, I go by DJ Vice. Call me whichever, it's a vibe either way. Nice to meet you and all. But how about we skip straight to your outro? Don't worry, I'll play you a sick requiem as you crash and burn. Let's get this party started! I think that fits him. You don't really think things through, do you? Declaring war on Team Star is a real bad move. Hey, that's a steel type. Knuckles tech, get in here. Oh wait, that was the wrong one. Oops. The speed drop will bust your ears open. DJ Flash bringing the house down. Yeah, accidentally went to the wrong one. How's that for an opening track? I'll spin you up good, Party Crasher. I'll mudshot ya. Ooh. Cover. Good. That made me just fast enough to get a recover off. Yeah, I should be able to survive this for a mudshot. Okay, so going out to the wrong one didn't end up taking me out. Wait, you only got 2 Pokemon? Huh. Wait, you're level 20. Odd. Yeah, I guess I'll just rust this thing over and over with mud shots. Make it slow. Now I'll bring out a special attacker that can do a bunch to it. Ooh, Attrition Intimidate. Nice. Alright, get Dazzling Gleam. And we should just take you down. Yep. I think I was supposed to do this one before the Fire Crew. Guess that's that. About a year and a half ago. I guess that's that. What's up, Yakumo? Did something bad happen? The big boss just wanted my take on some stuff. So we had a chat and settled on a few plans. A few plans? Like, for what? Operation Starfall, first of all. And also, a new code of conduct for the team. You know how tons of new members have joined up recently? Well, we figure we gotta make some team rules, like a code. So we'll all be on the same page. Nice! You'll come up with a great code for us, won't you, Yokomo? Ha! No thanks. Way too much pressure. I mean, yeah, I used to be president of the student council, But you know how everyone ended up hating me after that, right? Of course we know. You forced a ton of stuffy rules on everyone, and they wouldn't take it. We got some other nerd to replace you after, like, 5 minutes. I could not help but concur. Male students' hair must stray no further than 1.8 inches below the nape, and so forth. Your rules were vexation made manifest. My point exactly. So you'll all agree that I shouldn't be let anywhere near this new code. But you always know what's best for the team, Yokomo. You look out for us. You've earned our trust many times over. Without you, Team Star just wouldn't work. That stuck-up student council prez isn't who you are anymore, man. The code written by the Yokomo I'm looking at now, I'd follow that any day. As would I. Okay. Thanks for the ego boost, everyone. I'll do it. I'll write up the darn code. I did the best I could. I wrote that code myself, and there's no going back on it now. My days as a boss are over. So here, take my star badge, would ya? Which, I like that he's one that's like, he respects your strength and everything, so it's just a nice handshake. Like, hey, good job, man. You beat me fair and square. I'll give you this choice TM2. You earned it fair and square. Foul play. Interesting. I earned foul play fair and square. That feels like such a contradiction. So this is how the party ends. But let's talk about those Pokemon of yours. They're crazy strong, huh? You learned those trainer chops at the academy? Like, what moves you should use and stuff? Sure did. Huh? Okay. You like it at the academy? Having fun? Yeah, I'm enjoying it. No kidding. Sorry to interrupt, but are you Yokomo? Whoa! Wasn't expecting a giant pompadour to make a guest appearance today. You get a Quaxwell to style that up for you? I'm just after a quick word. Would you mind? Sure. I can tell it's gonna be something annoying, but I guess I'm newly freed up for time. Thanks. I'll get straight to it. It seems all you and Team Star are headed for expulsion if you keep up your current activities. So why don't you break up the team and start attending class at the academy again? That's what you want to know? As it happens, we're actually waiting on a pal. Though we don't know if they'll be coming back. A pal? A close friend of yours, are they? They're only the strongest boss in all Team Star. Like how there's a top champion who's the absolute #1 trainer, you know? They're the one who invited us other bosses to form the team. We call him the Big Boss. And where's this big boss of yours now? Wouldn't we like to know? We haven't heard from him in, I don't know, must be a year and a half now. We thought that if we kept Team Star going, then maybe they'd get back in touch one day. But the teachers keep pressing us to call it quits. And then we get party crashers like you two. Maybe the big boss did ditch us. They were talking about breaking up the team before and all. So, Team Star and this big boss of yours, they're really that important to you? Huh, is the sky blue? Let me put in words you eggheads at the Academy might understand. They're my greatest treasure. Which I think, if I'm remembering right, out of all the Team Star people, I think Yakomo was my favorite. Oh. Draconius, it's me. I take it that Yakomo's star badge is now in your possession. I see. With its boss out of the picture, the Segan squad is pretty much done for. Yakomo. Sorry, I got distracted a second there again. Now, about your reward, I'll transfer some LP over to your phone as promised. Use those new TMs to strengthen your Pokemon even further. I'll have my supply unit rep meet you shortly to deliver some bonus materials too. Hello, it's me again, from the supply unit. What the heck? Hey, stop that! Somebody help! It drooled all over me. What even is that Pokemon anyway? It's really awesome. I guess that's one word for it. Wait, is it really that special? Before I forget, here's your reward. Your name's Draconius, right? Since you're part of Operation Starfall's battle unit, can I ask you something? What do you think of Team Star? They're pretty strong. Interesting. You know, some of the rumors say Team Star wasn't always a bunch of delinquents. Some of them used to be victims of bullying, or they found it hard to interact with people. But then these misfits and outsiders found each other and banded together to form Team Star. All they wanted to do was push back against the bullies that they couldn't face alone. But, that's just info I got by hacking other students' social media accounts. I also found talk about some secret mastermind behind the 5 bosses. Someone who recruited them to the team in the first place? I don't normally talk this much. Now my throat kinda hurts. So, good luck with taking down the other bases and stuff. Hey, huh. I always kind of like shrink down when I'm doing her voice. But yeah, I kind of think that almost like small, nervous voice kind of fits her. be honest, I think that almost perfectly fits her. Okay. So I'm actually going to be going to the academy and doing the first half of the classes. But yeah, this will probably be like an hour or two of just doing the classes. I generally don't like to do them until I can hit the midterm and then the final exam. I think I have all the classes unlocked now. Oh, who's here? Oh, right, I'll run around and talk to them once I'm able to. I think some of those interactions are locked behind during the classes. Gonna do Bio 1. Yes. Here comes a lot of talking. Hello, hello, my name is Jacques. I'll be your Pokemon biology teacher. In my class, we'll all learn about the various quirks of our beloved Pokemon together. Hope you all come to love Pokemon even more from the things you learn here. In today's class, I'll teach you a great way to get to know Pokemon in more depth. If you'd like to become better friends with your Pokemon, you can let them come out of their Pokeball and walk along with you. Sounds great, huh? Which, yeah, I also really like Jacques. There are two, though, which are tied for my favorite. One of them being Saguaro, because he's just a big, super nice guy. Like, he's just so nice, so ridiculously nice, and just wants to help people. And then there's, I think it was Kendra for the battle studies, who is just a little bit unhinged, but very, very, very fun. You can use the ZR button to throw a Pokeball and let out the Pokemon inside. Nothing cuter than watching your Pokemon run around underfoot, if you ask me. But yeah, I also really like Jacques. Like, there aren't really any other teachers that I don't like. They wrote them all so well. Except kind of the history teacher, but she's also very, very well done. I don't know. Once you let your Pokemon out, try speaking to them. Be sure to respond in some way. It's a great way to get to know them better. However, letting your Pokemon out of its ball isn't such a great idea in some locations. Can anyone tell me where it is that you shouldn't have your Pokemon walk along with you? Inside buildings. That's right. Good job, Draconius. I see you did your homework. The correct answer is that we should not walk with our Pokemon indoors. How about that? Some Pokemon might damage walls, desks, and other things walking around inside buildings. So, it's not allowed regardless of the species. Therefore, please only let your Pokemon out of their Pokeballs while outdoors. Okay, everyone? I think I see them out and about in classrooms from time to time, but still. Anyway, you may become even closer friends with your Pokemon pals by walking together. Oh, I almost forgot. keep in mind that you can only walk together with your lead Pokemon. Remember, ZR to throw a ball and let the Pokemon out inside. You also want to remember that throwing a ball at wild Pokemon will start a battle. Looks like that's all the time we have for today. See y'all next class. But yeah, I guess I just have a little bit of a proclivity to like Saguaro a little more, just because it's like, I don't know, similar type of attitude that I have, where it's like, I just want to help people. I want to help people do their best. And also he's very passionate about cooking, which I am as well. So, yeah. Just makes me resonate with the character. Good morning, Master Draconis. What class would you like to take? Bio 2. You'd like biology with Mr. Jock? Yes. Class will begin soon. Don't be tardy. Hello, hello. I hope everyone's ready to learn some new things today. Did you all try using the ZR button to let your Pokemon out as I taught you in our last class? Walking along with your Pokemon lets you see how unique and cute they all are. I'd also highly recommend picnics for when you want to spend some quality time together with Pokemon in your party. You can get them all around the table to make sandwiches and play. It's really a lot of fun. If you want to learn more about making food, Mr. Saguaro's class is the best place to go. Now, sometimes while you're enjoying a picnic with your Pokemon, you may find something very, very important in the basket next to your table. This very important something is what Pokemon are born from. Let's all say it together. Boxes! I love both of these answers. Just boxes or Pokeballs. Like, I like to imagine that you lead the whole class in saying it, so you saying the incorrect thing, everyone blurts it out. Oh, I didn't even notice Penny's there. That's cool. Eggs. Phew, you all got it right. The very important something I'm talking about is a Pokemon egg. It's not clear where these come from, but they're probably placed in the basket rather stealthily by Pokemon at the picnic. Walking around with an egg will help warm it, which allows it to hatch. They won't warm up by sitting in boxes though. You need to have them in your party. And here's one more super important thing I'd like you to remember about eggs. Pokemon entrust us with their eggs because they believe in us. So, I sure would be happy to see you all being the responsible parents for your little Pokemon eggs. Whoops, my most important point came right as the bell rang. Well, see you all next time, I guess. Yeah. Jeez. Oh, and since you weren't here at the very beginning here, Ender, I'm sorry if I yawn a lot. I've just been very tired today. And this newer medication I'm on makes me very tired. Hello, hello. I hope everyone's ready to learn some new things today. I seem to remember teaching you all about the importance of eggs in our last class together. On that note, is everyone using their Pokédex? It registers Pokemon born from eggs, as well as those encountered via other methods. So don't you worry about that. And, just so you know, I'm the one who developed the app. It was way before I started teaching here at the Academy, though. Back then, I was a researcher. In fact, Director Clovell wasn't working in education at the time either. He was researching alongside me at the same facility. We got to research Pokemon together day in, day out. Those sure were fun times. I got yelled at all the time, though. Wait a second, how did I get onto this? Pretty sure I was talking about the Pokédex. Anyway, today I'd like to teach you about catching Pokemon. As you all know, a great way to catch a Pokemon more easily is first lower its HP. But there's another way to up your chances of a successful catch. Can you guess what it is? Status. Wow, that's right, Draconius. Great job. The correct technique for making Pokemon easier to catch is to inflict them with a status condition. Sleep is an especially effective one. It makes Pokemon drastically easier to catch. If you have Pokemon that can use moves to put opponents to sleep, like Sleep Powder or Hypnosis, filling up your Pokédex will be a cinch. There's other ways to improve your catch rate, as well as like using Pokeballs specifically designed to be effective against certain Pokemon. Eating food that gives you catching power works, too, or sneaking up on Pokemon from behind to catch them by surprise when you start a battle. If you're having trouble, you may want to make the rounds to the gyms to get gym badges. Earning badges will make it easier to catch Pokemon of higher and higher levels. Please do come show me your Pokédexes once they start to fill up. Another day, another enjoyable class. Oh yeah, don't forget, our next class will be a test. Which that should be at a midterm. Yep. Which, part of the reason I do this is because I don't have the best memory normally. So, doing them all in order like this keeps the information fresh in my brain. Hello, hello everyone. Today is our midterm exam. Sure feels good to fill in all those empty spaces on the answer sheet, doesn't it? Take your time and contemplate each question carefully. What button would you use to let a Pokemon out of its ball so that it can walk with you? So you are. Combine one letter and one number below to correctly say when and where eggs are found. 82. Walking around. Will not make Pokemon easier to catch. Giving them a berry. Will make it easier to catch Pokemon of higher and higher levels. Gym badges. How do you like the Pokédex? Is it easy to use? I'd be happy to hear your honest opinions. It's easy to use. I actually really like how they did the Pokédex in this game. That last question was just something that I'm personally curious to know. Don't tell the director about it, okay? I'll grade these right away. I hope you're all looking forward to seeing how you did. Yeah, I have had to do that a couple times. Well, for some of the specific ones, like, I think it is when you talk to the head of the school, and he asks you what Chugi means. And it's like, I'm never able to find people around the school to talk about that word. So I always look that one up. You must get 3 questions correct to pass the midterm, and 4 to pass the final. Let's see how you did on your biology. 5 out of 5. That's a passing score, congratulations. Jacques asked us to give this reward to any students who passed the exam. Yay. Yeah, I can probably get up to biology 5 right now with the amount of gyms I've done. But I'm just going to get them all up to 4. You'd like math with Miss Time? Yes. Class will begin soon. Don't be tardy. Which, if I remember right, this is a... Yeah, this is the teacher that actually reminds me of a, science teacher that I used to have in high school, who was the sweetest person. Like, seriously, she was the nicest teacher. So yeah, I really like Miss Time in this game because she reminds me of a teacher I actually had. Hello everyone, nice to meet you. My name's Time, and I'll be your math teacher. Sorry to put you all on the spot at the start of class, but let me ask you a quick question. Do you enjoy numbers, arithmetic, and the like? Which, for me, so the thing is, for that question specifically, for me in school, I enjoyed math up until... Well, I didn't like geometry, and I did not like calculus. I hated those. But yeah, other than that, I generally enjoyed math. Oh my, thank you for your honest responses. Some of you may like numbers, and some may not. I think that makes a wonderful mix. But no matter your opinion on math, I hope you find yourselves enjoying our lessons together. I'll do my best to find a good way to match up your interests with all types of math lessons. Speaking of which, you all caught up on your studies of Pokemon-type matchups? For example, grass is strong against water, and water is strong against fire, correct? Draconius, you seem to be good with Pokemon, so let me ask you this. Bearing in mind water is strong against fire, the move Water Gun hits a fire-type Pokemon. What becomes of the move's damage? It's doubled. That's right, no one could count on you for this question, Draconius. Using moves of a type that your opponent is weak to is a super effective tactic. Multiplies the damage of those moves by 2. On the other hand, using moves of a type that your opponent is resistant isn't very effective. It divides the damage of your moves by 2. Don't mean to encroach on Miss Dendra's battle studies territory. Oh, it was Dendra, not Kendra. Okay. Of course, but I thought it best to use a lively topic as an example. That can make math fun, even for those of you who don't much like the subject, don't you think? Oh my, is that the bell? I suppose that's all for now. What a shame. I'm looking forward to see you all in the next class. Hope you're looking forward to it too. Yep, more with Miss Time. Hello everyone, let's have a fun class today. Tell me, do you all enjoy shopping? Buying tasty bread or choosing new clothes? Even just window shopping is so much fun. In today's class, I'd like to use shopping, one of my own favorite hobbies, mind you, to teach you all about math. I'm sure everyone here has visited a Pokemart at least once. They sell all sorts of Pokemon items. Pokeballs are one of the many useful items you can find there. They only cost 200 Poke each. Now then, I'd like you all to do some thinking with me here. One Pokeball is 200. If you had 2,000 and bought as many as you could afford, how many would you receive? 11. That's correct. Well done, Draconius. With 2,000, you can afford to purchase a maximum of 10. However, if you purchase 10 or more of any one type, you will also receive one Premier Ball, a special white ball, as bonus. So the correct answer is, in fact, 11. It sure is nice to get a little bonus like that on a shopping trip, isn't it? Oh my, is that the bell? I suppose that's all for now. What a shame. I'm looking forward to seeing you all in the next class. Hope you're looking forward to it too. Yep, more with Miss Time. Hello everyone, let's have a fun class today. Tell me, do you all enjoy fortune telling, horoscopes and the like? I think it feels great to read your horoscope and see that it says good luck is coming your way. So today, I'd like to teach you all math while focusing on the topic of luck. Perhaps you've seen the following phrase crop up during Pokemon battles before. A critical hit. When a Pokemon's attack lands a critical hit, the damage it deals is increased by half. In other words, it does 1.5 times as much damage as it normally would. It is truly luck that determines whether your Pokemon lands a crit, or has one landed on it. This can cause a great upset in battle. Does anyone know what percent chance a Pokemon has of landing a crit? I think it was 4%. Hey, I actually remembered that right. That is correct. Well done, Draconius. The chance of landing a critical hit is said to be 1 in 24, which figures to roughly 4%. The odds are more favorable for certain moves, though. Why? Moves such as Stone Edge and Shadow Claw have about a 12% chance. So you can also use a move called Focus Energy or an item known as Dire Hit. Both raise the crit ratio by 2 stages. That's a 50% chance to land a crit. It feels great to land a crit, but perhaps not so great to be struck by one. There's a surprising amount of mathematical probability hidden in Pokemon battles, you know. If you're able to do the calculations that'll swing luck in your favor, it may open the door for more strategic choices for you during battle. Oh my, is that the bell? I suppose that's all for now. What a shame. Next class will be our fun midterm exam. Hope you'll all be looking forward to it. The thing is, once I do get to Dendra, I do know the voice I want to give her. But I don't think I can do it. Like, I don't think I'll actually be able to perform that voice. I'll see. If I'm not able to, I'll just give my normal voice. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. Hey. Alright everyone, time to begin our midterm exam. I'm sure the fun experiences you all had in my class will serve you well as you enter. Okay, that's double. Half. $11. Normally 4%. 1.5 times. Oh, easy. You're all concentrating so hard, I can't wait to see how you did. Do go and ask for your scores at the front desk, and then take a nice break. Feels great to get a test out of the way, doesn't it? Let's take a look at your results. Let's get 3, yeah. Let's see how you did. 5 out of 5 correct. That's a passing score, congratulations. Miss Time asked us to give this reward to any students who pass the exam. Yay. Okay, that's the second one done. I'm saving here so that just in case the game crashes, which it hasn't crashed yet for me, but just in case it does. History with Miss Violet. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. Oh ho, I see we have some new students here with us today. My name is Violet Vod. I'll be the one to impart knowledge of the past to your little minds. History is a wonderful thing, truly splendid. The lives of our ancestors throughout history forged the path to the present in which we live. Today, you shall learn about the most mysterious location in all of Paldea, the Great Crater. As you're all aware, a massive crater known as the Great Crater Paldea exists in the heart of our region. The area inside it is called Area Zero, and research of its geological strata and material composition has shown the crater is in fact over 1 million years old. It was long believed that a certain something rested at the bottom of this mysterious crater. Aha, perfect timing to make eye contact. Young Draconius, answer me this. What exactly was believed to rest in the depths? Treasure. I love that you can say a Pokemon Center. Like just, yes, the greatest treasure of all, in the most dangerous area imaginable. Pokemon Center. Or Snorlax. Oh, I love that. That is correct. You're a surprisingly clever one, aren't you? So you did your homework prior to coming to my class. That's right. Some believe that a treasure more valuable than anything else in this world rested in the depths of the Great Crater. So much for dreams of treasure hunting, though, as a lab has been built in those very same depths. Oh, and before I forget, you who would all do well to remember that the Great Crater and Area Zero are both off limits to all but those who have official business there. Do not dare entertain the foolish notion of gallivanting off to Area Zero in search of riches. It's no place for children dreaming of treasure and adventure. Besides, if it were at all possible to investigate the area, I would surely be the first to do so. Uh-huh. That time already. Must have gotten swept up in filling your minds with knowledge. This ends today's lesson. We will unravel more of history's enigmas together next time. So let's hope I remember all these voices I do for these characters by the time I hit the finals. Probably not, since that'll be over a week from now. Good morning, Master Draconius. What class would you like to take? Just me too. Yep. Class will begin soon. Don't be tardy. Greetings, my little students. Whatever you did yesterday, it is now a part of history. Today we will continue to unravel the marvels that history has presented to us. About 2,000 years ago, this region came under the rule of the Chaldean Empire. Historical accounts describe the emperor as being quite the dictator. This emperor also zealously believed the legend of the treasure that rests deep within Area Zero. I must mention that the civilizations of our ancestors were not as developed as ours is today. People back then were far more likely to believe in mysterious legends, magic, and beings beyond human comprehension. In an attempt to gain the power to stand against Paldea's neighboring countries, the Emperor sent people in droves to join the hunt for the fabled treasure of Area Zero. Aha, perfect timing to make eye contact, young Draconius. Answer me this. Approximately how many years ago was it that the Empire began to rule this region? Said 2000. That is correct. You're a surprisingly clever one, aren't you? I see you're listening intently to my lecture. The answer is about 2,000 years ago. That's when the great era of exploration began. However, it is said that not a single adventurer sent out by the Emperor ever reached the depths. Was it the punishing journey itself that barred their way, or perhaps some unknown creature? There's the first reference to the legendary. That's not in the game. This resounding failure of this great era of exploration almost certainly heightened the air of mystery surrounding the crater. Oh, what I wouldn't give to explore Area Zero in its untouched state at that time. I suppose I can only hope for the swift invention of a time machine. Oh? That time already? I must have gone swept up in filling your minds with knowledge. This ends today's lesson. We will unravel more of history's enigmas together next time. Oh, hello, Gengar. Yep, more history. I think if I do 2 more gyms, I should be able to get all of the classes. Greetings, my little students. Excuse me. Whatever you did yesterday is now part of history. Today, we will continue to unravel the marvels that history has presented to us. As you should remember from our last class, Area Zero's great era of exploration began about 2,000 years ago. This era lasted approximately for 1,000 years, but not a single soul was able to venture all the way to the deepest reaches of Area Zero. Having poured much of its human and financial resources into the exploration for so long, the Empire fell into decline. 200 years later, or 800 years ago, the Empire and its surrounding nations united into one entity. This was the formation of Paldea as we know it today. Ah yes, this very academy where you're now filling your young minds with knowledge was also apparently established at that time. In fact, the school building, though certainly having undergone repairs through the years, is just as it was when it was built so long ago. This very structure is a piece of history. Things of old are so truly splendid. I would certainly prefer not to have the Pokeball portion, though. A relatively new addition. Aha! Perfect timing to make eye contact, Draconius. Let's see if you've been listening to my lecture. Tell me, approximately how many years ago was this academy of ours established? 800. Correct. I see the look of concentration on your face was indeed just that. I hate nothing more than when a student only pretends to listen. This academy was constructed exactly 805 years ago to be precise. In other words, your academy here is 805 years old. At the time, it offered state-of-the-art facilities and a uniquely innovative curriculum. As such, people used to say, those seeking knowledge need look no further than the grapes of Paldea. That's right, they were referring to Yuva Academy. It's said that this proverb of sorts was even used outside the Paldea region. Not raging, jeez. My brain. That's the time already. Must have gotten swept up in filling your minds with knowledge. This ends today's lesson. Our next class will be our midterm. Bring the wonders of history to the forefront of your minds in preparation. Hey there, son. I am going through a lot of dialogue. I kinda wish this game had voice acting. Good evening, Master Draconius. What class would you like to take? History midterm. Class will begin soon. Don't be tardy. Greetings, my little students. It's time for our midterm examination. Summon your historical knowledge from the dark recesses of your minds and answer the questions. Okay, Great Crater. Treasure. 2000. 805. Those seeking knowledge. Your time is up. Put your writing utensils down. Last question was a freebie. Even the least capable of you surely padded your score there. I sincerely hope you did anyway. Funnily enough, that might be the only one I messed up. So ends our midterm examination. You may ask for your scores at the school's front desk. And that one's marked off for now. Hey, 5 out of 5. I'm sure to save after each one of these because they're so long. I think it's taken me 43 minutes just to do the 3 of these. So, yeah. Languages with Mr. Salvatore. Yes. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. My dear students, how are you all today? Feeling good, I hope. Je m'appelle Salvatore. My name is Salvatore. Merci beaucoup. I think that's how you say that. That is... Oh, merci. That is, thank you very much for your attention here in my class. I'm so heureux, or happy, for this chance to re-experience my younger days with you all. Do you know what Salvatore means? It means savior. So just imagine I'm here to save you from spooky new languages. Haha, funny, no? That's right, my classes will teach you about various languages from different regions. You may say good morning or hello as a greeting, but people from elsewhere may say bonjour or salut. Further, there's even a popular streamer out there who matches several languages together. It says hello, hello, hola, ciao, and bonjour. There's so many regions out there in our world, and each can have their own unique languages. Gracias, merci, jikshi, arigato, danke. All have the same meaning. Can you guess what it is? Or danke? Thank you. Wow, a Draconius road, was it? Bravo, that's correct. And speaking up is important in language learning too. Gracias, merci, jikshi. All these words mean thank you. I guess some of you probably know at least one of those. Which I think I said that one for Chinese, right? It's been a long time since I learned Chinese. Basically, one of my teachers had taught us Chinese for I think it was 1 year we learned it. And it was kind of fun. Despite meaning the same thing, their lengths and sounds are all different. Isn't that interesting? And now, apropos of nothing, let me give you one of my wise words of advice. When you travel abroad, you should try to speak the local language as much as you can, even if you can't speak it very well. I'm sure your willingness to try will make the people you meet very happy. Honestly, from my experience, just being able to say hello, delicious, and thank you in the local language will get you pretty far. For everything else, just pretend you're Mr. Mime and gesture away. Oh, there's that pesky bell. I guess that's all the time we have for today. Well, adios, matane, alla prochaine? Weird, I don't know how to say that one. See you later, everyone. I'm generally pretty good with pronunciation in other languages, but I have a feeling I'm butchering some of these. Yep, languages with Salvatore. My dear friends, how are you all today? Feeling absolutely fantastic, I hope. It's time for Salvatore's language lesson. Êtes-vous prêt? Are you ready, everyone? You can answer with yes or oui. C'est super! In our last class, I believe I taught you all how to say thank you in other languages, right? In the cours d'aujourd'hui, today's class, we learned about a certain word sure to make people happy when you use it in your travels abroad. What word, you ask? Well, you'll have to guess. Delicieux, alchi, buono. Can anyone tell me what these mean? Delicious. Wow, correct. C'est super. I know I can count on you, Draconis. Delicieux, alchi, buono. All these words mean delicious. Using the local word for delicious at markets or restaurants is sure to get a big soiree, a smile. That is from whoever you're talking to. It'll make communication go more smoothly, I guarantee it. People love it when someone says the cuisine of their homeland is delicious. Who wouldn't be happy to receive such a compliment? And now, apropos of nothing, let me give you all one of my wise words of advice. First step to smooth communication is to compliment the person you're talking to. After all, it's not very likely that a compliment would put someone in a bad mood. This doesn't only apply to people in other regions either. It's the same for all of you too. You can put this tip to use with your classmates. How about you all try complimenting each other after class? I bet it'll make for ambience plus sympathetic. A more friendly atmosphere. Jeez, I can sometimes speak other languages really well, but not English. Which is funny, because the only language I was brought up on is English. That's all for today. See you all prochaine. Au prochain cours. Next lesson. That is, adios, matane. Languages 3. My dear friends, how are you all today? You certainly look fantastic. It's time for another one of Salvatore's language lessons. Êtes-vous prêt? Are you ready? Êtes-vous prêt? Are you ready? Très bien, very good. The lessons are not a one-way street. No, no. I am very triste when no one speaks up. Very sad, that is. In our last class, I believe I taught you all how to say delicious in other languages, right? In the course d'aujourd'hui, today's class, I'm gonna stop saying that bit there and just say today's class because I do not know if I'm saying that correct. We will learn about a very special phrase that you can put to use when the time is just right. Aishiteru, je t'aime, te amo, iklidik, or iklidik. Does anyone know what these phrases mean? Fantastic, Draconius. Correct, you deserve a medallion indeed, or gold medal. Je t'aime, je t'aime, te amo, iklidik. These three phrases you may know, I think. Why? Because they're all quite famous ways to say I love you. Oh my, have I embarrassed you all, my friends? What shy boys and girls, that is. So very important to express your feelings about things to others, you know? This is especially true for positive emotions. If you get married someday and argue with your spouse over some silly little thing, all you have to do is apologize and say I love you. And all will be well, that is. I should know. Why, just last week I had a big argument with my femme, my dear wife, that is. But I was quick to say I'm sorry and all was well. And now, apropos of nothing, let me give you all one of my wise words of advice. It's best to be quick to apologize when you have an argument with someone. That goes for your families, friends, and your crushes. I know you can do it. I believe in you. Our next class will be the midterm exam. Be sure to review what we learned in all our lessons so far. Adios, matane. Language midterm. Yes. Just so I'm not gonna have to be melted in my brain with remembering all these different languages. Today we take our midterm exam. Relax, that is, and do your best. Are you ready? Let's begin. Gracias Gracias, arigato, merci, and jichi all share the same meaning. Thank you. Delicious. Time to eat. When speaking with a person, what is the first step to smooth communication? Oh, first step to smooth? Compliment them. Salvatore. ¿Seas fini? Time's up. Posez-vous stylos? Put down your pens, that is. I hope that was easy enough for you, especially that last question. Sure, you all did great. Bravo, my friends. You can check your scores at the school's front desk. Hey, 5 Yeah. Okay, 3 classes left, and then I can start going back to exploring. Battle studies, art, and home ec. But yeah, saving the best for last there. You'd like battle studies with Miss Dendra? Yes. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. And yeah, I've been trying to think of how to do this voice, and I don't think I can normally. Like, I'm not sure I can manipulate my vocal cords for that. I kind of want to give, like, the overexcited, very macho woman character to her. But I cannot do that voice. So I'll just do what I can. Oh, say hello to your battle instructor. The one, the only, the hot-blooded Dendra. Most is a karate thing, by the way. Look it up. My age, 25. My hobby, working out. My type, well, strong and muscular fighting types, of course. That's all for my introduction. As for my class, this is where you all get to learn the nitty-gritty of Pokemon battling. We'll start with the basics that no trainer gets left in the dust. Even if you're new to this stuff, have no fear. Leave it to me and my muscles, and you'll be pros in no time. Let's set our fighting spirits ablaze together. Pokemon have all kinds of attack moves at their disposal, and each move has certain qualities that you'll want to remember. I'm talking about the power, type, and category of these moves. Higher power means more damage, especially if your opponent's weak to that move's type. Heads up, new kid. Question coming your way. There are 2 categories that attack moves can fall under. Know what they are? Which I love some of the false answers to this one. Moves of light and moves of darkness. Which, little known fact, which I say little known, but it's kind of well known, is that when Dark type was introduced, there was actually supposed to be a Light type as well, which I think ended up becoming normal. Or ended up morphing into Fairy type, I think. I can't remember. Then there's moves you love and moves you hate. Which, I always have the compulsion to say this, but no, it's physical and special. Awesome, you're just as sharp as I expected. New kid? Looks like you have a handle on the basics. Anyway, attack moves are split into 2 categories, physical and special. Physical moves do more damage the higher the Pokemon's attack stat is. Special moves do more damage the higher the Pokemon's special attack is. On the other side of things, Pokemon get hit by these moves can take less damage by having high defense or special defense, respectively. In conclusion, Pokemon that are good with physical moves should raise their attack. Pokemon that are good with special should raise their special attack. Try to raise both equally will just make it hard for the Pokemon to shine in battle. Make your strong points stronger, I always say. That goes for both people and Pokemon. Ah man, I was about to suggest that we do some hands-on practice to really drive the point home. But I guess we're out of time. We'll generally meet for my class here in the schoolyard, even for book learning. Nothing like a little fresh air to make studying more fun, am I right? But class is over for now. Take care, you little rascals. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. Another day, another round of battle study. Let's get right to it. Of course, Nemona's here. Wait, is my Gardevoir out? Why is she out? I did not have her in front. Oh wait, no I did. I think I did. Weird. Is everyone excited about the treasure hunt? It's always a great adventure. You get to take on gyms, go to new places, and run all over the place with your partner Pokemon. And while you're running around out there, I bet you'll come across some big shining crystals fairly often as well. These crystals are actually collections of terrestrial energy that has seeped up out of the ground. You can check out these crystals to battle Terra Pokemon with your friends or other trainers in a group of 4. We call those battles Terra Raid battles. The Terra Pokemon you face off against in Terra Raid are crazy tough. They sometimes act differently than regular Pokemon, so you'll need to be on your guard. Luckily, trainers can also use a special action in Terra Raid. It's called cheering. And there are 3 different cheers you can use. The first is Go All Out. It boosts the attack and special attack of all allied Pokemon. Second is Hang Tough. This one boosts defense and special defense. And a third, well, let's see if you can guess. It restores HP for allied Pokemon. What do you think it is? Again, I love both of the false answers here. Reminds me of one of my teachers that would have ridiculous false answers for questions just for fun. Yeah. Explosive Healing Wave! Wham Bam Potion! No, heal up. That's right. Maybe I should make you the battle teacher, huh, new kid? Also, I've beaten over half the gyms already, so I might make a good one. The third and final cheer is Heal Up. It's a real powerhouse with the ability to both restore HP and cure status conditions. You can cheer up to 3 times during a single Terra Raid. Also, cheering uses up a turn in battle, so you won't be able to have your Pokemon use any of their moves while you cheer. In conclusion, try everything at your disposal. If nothing seems to be working, try cheering on your allies. Providing support is sometimes opens up a new realm of possibilities. Ah man, I was just about to suggest we do some hands-on practice to really drive the point home. But I guess we're out of time. Class is over for now. Take care, you little rascals. But yeah, I have done the, like, level 100 Terra Raid battles with a level 100 Pokemon, and it just wasn't, like, it just wasn't fully built correctly in order to do them. But it was defensive enough to actually take a couple hits. So I'll just go in and cheer attack up for everyone. If I'm not able to do anything to the Pokemon. But that's usually for the black difficulty ones, which are insanely tough. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. But yeah, if anyone just popped in here, I'm currently just going through the first half of the school stuff in here, and I'm on like the third to last class, I think, for doing the first 4. So yeah. Another day, another round of battle study. Os, let's get right to it. Last time we learned about Terra Raid battles. Did any of you have a chance to try them out? Terra Pokemon are super strong, and the more difficult ones will use even tougher tactics that you'll need to deal with. I'm talking about their Terra Shield. What happens when a Pokemon has its Terra Shield up, you ask? Well, it'll take way less damage for one. It has a big effect on morale too. When trainers see that shield go up, they feel doomed, like there's no way to win the battle. So here's a question for you. If Pokemon you're battling puts up a Terra Shield, what should you do? Close your eyes and give in, call your parents. Terrestrialize and attack it. That's right, you're a regular Terra Raid Battle Master, aren't you, new kid? Regular attacks won't work so well against Pokemon that have their Terra Shield up. But having your Pokemon terrestrialize is an effective method to overcome that issue. A terrestrialized Pokemon will do more damage to shielded Pokemon, especially if it uses moves that match its Terra type. Doing enough damage to a Pokemon with its Terra Shield up can destroy the shield and break the Pokemon's stance. This means it's important to properly time your terrestrializing in Pokemon Terra Raid battles. In conclusion, as I say, fight fire with fire and Terra Pokemon with Terra Pokemon. Be sure to work together with your teammates to smash through your opponent's Terra Shield. Yep, same ending like normal. Next class will be our midterm exam. Aim for a perfect score. All sauce. Wellesley's midterm. You'd like battle studies with Miss Dendra? Yep. Which I think this is one of the couple times we're actually in her classroom. Yeah. Sarah told you went to the schoolyard first before finding the right room. Guess we can do our test in the classroom, at least. It might be hard to write your answers out on the field. Alright, time to put on your game faces and do battle with those test sheets. Pokemon special, less damage it takes from special, yep. So the following has no effect on moves damage. Hi, Nimona. I just see her sitting in front of me. Move's name. How many trainers are on a Terror Battle team? 4. What's an effective method for breaking an opponent's Terror Shield? Terrestrializing. What is Miss Zendra's favorite type? Fighting. I saw you giving it everything you got. I'm sure you'll all get perfect scores. Well done, everyone. You can ask for your scores at the front desk. Oh my gosh. Oh! Why did that happen? I need to redo something because for some reason the projector that I had for this, which if you don't know what that is, it's just I'm able to create a version of the game screen but make it larger so I don't have to just look at the little window on my Streamlabs. Okay, feels great to get a test out of the way, doesn't it? Let's take a look at your results. You must get 3 questions correct to pass the midterm, and 4 to pass the final. Let's see how you did on your battle studies. 5 out of 5. That's a passing score, congratulations. Miss Dendra asked us to give this reward to any students who pass. Yay! Both of the last 2 are guys. I don't have to do any more of those voices for right now. And the last one's gonna be easy, because I can just do a deeper voice. You'd like art with Mr. Hassel? Yeah. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. Okay. Greetings, I am Hassel. I will be teaching this art class. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Now, let me be candid for the moment. I imagine that many of you will forget all that you learned in this class once you graduate. After all, you don't even need a basic understanding of artwork, much less a refined appreciation of beauty for most exams or jobs. So, is my class a waste of time for you then? I think not. At least, I certainly hope it isn't. Think for a moment, all of you. What is beauty, anyway? What makes something beautiful? Interesting. Thank you, Draconius. Oh, I don't mean to suggest that there's a correct answer to my query. The important thing is that you all take time to think about it. Think about why we might find beauty in a flower blooming on the side of the road, for example. Question why the sky is a different shade of blue than the ocean, or why the leaves change color. Ponder the windmills of Artezon, and how they move. Contemplate the chilling bite of the waters of Cascarafa. I'm sure you'll find that every little detail of your lives will seem more vivid, more impactful, if you just take a moment to stop and think. And I am certain that if you stop and truly appreciate the little beauties of this world, it will help pull you through the days where your studies have you exhausted, or when work has dampened your spirits. Do pardon me for waxing philosophical. You don't need to understand all that now. Oh my gosh, that is an old dude in the back there. I'm sorry, the one who's next to the, Clefairy statue. Dude, you look like you're 90! Anyways, to put it simply, it is true that one doesn't need art to survive, but it certainly makes surviving much more enjoyable. It is my hope that this class will add even a bit of color to your lives. That's all for today. Next time, we'll try a more hands-on approach to appreciating beauty. R2. Definitely got the two Asian voices now. Okay. Especially because I am not a voice actor, not even close. So it's like any of the voices I do, that's just me trying to. Hello class, it is I, Hassel, yet again. In our previous class, we discussed what beauty is, which might have been a little boring for you. So today, I thought I would mix things up a little to pique your interest in art. Allow me to introduce our special guest. This is Professor Gibble, the assistant lecturer for today. Now then, Professor Gibble, if you'd be so kind as to terrestrialize for us. As some of you may already know, a Pokemon can terrestrialize if you use the Terror Orb. Normally, Professor Gibble would be one of the Dragon type. But by terrestrializing, it succeeded in changing its type. So class, what type do these lovely glistening flowers above Professor Gibble's head represent? Yes, those definitely look fiery or watery. Now it's grass. Excellent, Draconius. Full marks for you. These beautiful flowers blooming above Professor Gibble's head show that it has now become a grass type. The shape of the Terra Jewel above a Pokemon's head depends on the Pokemon's Terra type. To summarize, if an opponent's Pokemon terrestrializes during battle, observe the Terra Jewel closely to see what type it has become, and choose effective moves accordingly. It's my sincere hope that today's lecture will help you all achieve beautiful victories. The terrestrial phenomenon is indeed a fascinating and deep subject to discuss. That is it for today, class. Thank you, Professor Gibble, for your help. Ugh, jeez. Yes, more art. I never noticed that she had like a twin right there, also heading the front desk. I think they're even wearing the same outfit. With the exact same glasses. Huh. Hello, class. It is I, Hassel, yet again. I've been told that my previous lecture about the terrestrial phenomenon was very well received. Thank you all for your kind words. Oh, hi, Arvin. In fact, Miss Dendra specifically requested that I impart even more battle knowledge to my students. So I've decided that today we will take another look at how Pokemon can terrestrialize. And of course, here is Professor Gibble to help us. Now then, Professor Gibble, will you be so kind as to terrestrialize for us? Now, what do we have here? Last class we saw grass type terrestrializing. This time we have something of a different shape. Observe a terra jewel resembling a snowflake. Its dendritic shape is stunning to behold. It's a little chilly standing so close to it. So class, what terra type do you imagine this might represent? Ice. Excellent, Draconis. Full marks for you. The reason there's a snowflake shining above Professor Gibble's head is simple. It's now an ice type. And because Professor Gibble is currently the ice type, ice moves would not be very effective against it. Keep in mind, usually they would deal quadruple damage to Gibble. Now, here's some trivia about snowflakes. While they come in many different shapes and sizes, most are classified as hexagons. Just think of it, snowflakes fall from the sky, taking similar shapes without anyone saying they must. Do you not feel the great mystery of nature, the beautiful enigma we live in? This is a bit of a tangent. But Mr. Jacques' glasses are so hexagonal, aren't they? I almost forgot to mention that you can change a Pokemon's terra type at the Treasure Eatery, located in Medali. Though, I must say the cook there is a little prickly. So you'll need to get on her good side if you want her to help. Now, come prepared for the next class, because it's time for your midterm. Thank you for today, Professor Gibble. This feels as if I've got steam coming out of my ears from all the reading. Good morning, Master Draconis. What class would you like to take? Art midterm, then I just have home ec, and I'm done with the majority of stuff with these teachers for a while. I may actually even wait until next time to do all the random stuff with them. Yeah, probably will. I do hope you're all ready, because it's time for your midterm exam. Focus and do your best. And begin. That's the Terra Jewel. Grass type. Hexagon. Medali. No correct answer. Time's up. That's it for today's test. Pencil down, please. I'd rather not have students worry about passing or failing in my art class, but tests are tests after all. Anyway, good work, everyone. You can check your results at the front desk. So this should be another 5 out of 5. I don't think I got any of those wrong. Yeah. Mr. Hassel asked us to give this reward to any students who pass the exam. Save. This whole time my knuckle stack has been fainted. It's been fainted for multiple days. Like in game. Good morning, Draconius. What class would you like to take? Home ec. Yes, with Saguaro. That's what we can soon. Don't be tardy. I see we have some energetic young ones in our class this time around. You may call me Mr. Saguaro. Your time here with me will be spent obtaining knowledge and skills indispensable for daily life. Many of you have left the care of your parents to live here on your own in the academy dormitory. I pray that the knowledge I impart to you will improve the quality of your lives and the necessities thereof: food, clothing, and shelter. Of those three categories, I assume the most pressing and interesting for you all is food. When you eat sandwiches on your picnics, the HP of your party Pokemon will be restored. You also gain something called meal powers, which can provide all manner of benefits. For example, these powers can make Pokemon easier to catch or increase the EXP that your Pokemon receive. I think you will also find that the breadth of these effects can be expanded by crafting sandwiches of superb flavor. What's more, there's a certain something that is particularly important if we wish to receive meal powers, with even more helpful effects. Let me see. Master Draconius, tell me, what must you keep in mind to receive even more powerful meal powers? And 100% makes sense that Arvin is in this class. Choice of fillings and condiments. Perfectly correct, Master Draconius. Perhaps you are already aware of this fact from having helped your family in cooking at home. Your choice of ingredients, including both fillings and condiments, is an important factor in gaining even more helpful meal powers. For example, using sweet ingredients may help you gain egg power, including numerous bitter ingredients, on the other hand, can get you item drop power. Learning to aim for specific effects when crafting sandwiches will almost certainly make your culinary endeavors more enjoyable. Please be aware, however, that you can also receive meal powers by eating at restaurants. I must say that I would feel the utmost joy if you had all learned much here in my class, and came to better understand home economics. Our time together has come to an end for today. I bid you all farewell. Next. Okay. Class will begin soon. Don't be tardy. Which, yeah, I may end up ending stream probably within the next half hour. Like, after I do this, just explore around a little bit and then end off. And maybe raid out. Reason being is, Well, for tomorrow... So, for those who are in here or watching this later and haven't known yet, I have actually changed up my streaming schedule a little bit. So, Saturday is going to be a day off. Since, for a while, I wasn't, like, Saturdays just kept not working for streaming. Like, either I kind of burned myself out from 3 days in a row, or... I don't know. Just stuff kept coming up on Saturdays. So, I have changed the community night to be on Sunday. Just because that way it'll be easier. It'll still be when people are out of... when it's on the weekend and everything. So yeah. Put away your phones, it's time to begin class. In our last class, I believe we talked about the effects you can get from food on your picnics. You can receive meal powers, and even restore HP for all the Pokemon in your party. It's a truly convenient means of healing your Pokemon. Unfortunately, as I'm sure you're aware, it's not suited for use in battles when you cannot make food, or when you wish to restore HP quickly. In times such as those, you should make use of healing items such as potions, which you can purchase from Pokemarts or the school store. Healing items are immediately effective, and can be used any time that you can open your bag. They are, however, consumed after one use. Potions restore 20, Super restore 60, and Hyper restore 120. The pricier the item, the more HP it will restore. Keep in mind how much money you have when you're stocking up on these items. However, unforeseen happenings are an inextricable part of traveling from place to place. Imagine, if you will, the following scenario. You find yourself with an injured Pokemon, but you have no potions, you are out of sandwich ingredients, and there are no centers nearby. Tell me, Master Jaconis, what should you search for when in a perilous situation with no way to heal your Pokemon? Items on the ground. Perfectly correct, Master Jaconis. I see you are well learned in survival techniques. If you see something shining on the ground, it is actually an item that has been dropped there. You may be able to find a restorative item, such as an orange berry or a potion this way. You can use the R button to send out your Pokemon to pick up such items as well. And then there are berries, of course. Berries, by the way, aren't like items from shops. If you let your Pokemon hold one, it will decide on its own when to eat the berry during battle. Letting your Pokemon decide this timing for itself can be quite interesting. At any rate, if you find yourself in need of healing, I suggest you look around for shining items on the ground. If you can't find such items, there are other methods you may employ for healing your... but I see the bell demands that topic wait. Our time together has come to an end for today. I bid you all farewell. Whew. Almost done. But yeah, I can't remember if I said right, but the reason I'm gonna be probably going off a little earlier is just because, well, I am tired. And, well, I have to get up early tomorrow. So, yeah. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. Put away your phones, it's time to begin class. In my last class, I taught about HP restoration. However, after class, I was asked by several of you about power points, commonly known as PP. When a Pokemon loses all its HP and faints, it can no longer battle. What then happens to a Pokemon when it loses all of its power points? It can't use moves. Perfectly correct, Master Jaconius. Perhaps you know this from first-hand experience. When a Pokemon runs out, it can no longer use its moves. However, each move has its own store, so you can mitigate loss by using a variety of moves rather than just one repeatedly. If a Pokemon loses all for all of its moves, it will only be able to use Struggle, an action that also damages the Pokemon that uses it. In order to avoid this predicament, power points can be restored at Pokemon centers along with HP. Items such as Ethers and Max Ethers can also be used. Be careful not to confuse potions with Ethers in the heat of battle. However, Ethers are not sold at shops, so you should use them judiciously if you find them. The stronger the move, the lower its maximum power points. Do not waste uses of these moves unless you wish to quickly run out. It's important to find balance in a Pokemon's set of moves. As you can see, HP isn't the only thing you must keep an eye on while adventuring with Pokemon. I hope that you will all take care to ensure that your partner Pokemon can perform at their best, as you each engage in the treasure hunt. Our time together has come to an end for today. Our next meeting will be an examination day. Be sure to review well in preparation. Oh, almost there. Don't be tardy. The time has come to test how well you all have learned here in my class. Let's begin before the information simmering in your brains from a last-minute cram session fades. Increasing speed. Which of the following affects the kinds of meal powers received from a particular meal? Fillings and condiments. The strength of it is the number of people. Which of these berries can restore Pokemon's HP? Orin. Leandro wanted his Pokemon to decide on its own when to use its item in battle, so he gave it an Oranberry. This will work as he hopes? Sure. If a move runs out, it can no longer be used. If Pokemon runs out for all, it can only sit there in frustration. False, it can use Struggle. The time for answering questions has come to an end. Please stop writing. I hope you were all able to give the examination everything you had. Please remember to ask for your scores at the front desk before leaving for the day. Which, I'm sorry if you heard buzzing a couple minutes ago. That was my phone going off because for some reason someone tried to Discord call me while I'm streaming. Feels great to get a test out of the way, doesn't it? Take a look. I think I got all 5. Yeah. That ain't just a passing score, that's a perfect score. Okay. Yes, that was a lot. Okay, let's see here. Cortando. Yeah, nothing there. Cascarafa. There's a lot of clothing shops, but I don't think any of them had anything I wanted. Madali? Nope, nothing. Zapapico, nothing. Lavencia? Oh, there's shops around Lavencia. Did I never check here? Yeah, I could have sworn I was supposed to have the gloves that I liked by now. I think they were here. Oops. Because I know for sure I didn't have these ugly yellow gloves this long. Alright, Segura style. Fingerless mittens. Which, thing is, I have worn fingerless gloves before. I do not like them. Okay, over here. Alright, rough and tough. Just driving gloves. Huh. There's one called Fashion Street over here, then Bracidad. Maybe one of them has the gloves I'm looking for. Oh, there's Bracidad. Oh, this is the performance sneakers. I think this is the place. Yeah, leather gloves. There we go. The black and purple leather gloves. which look so nice. And, like, they fit with the outfit my character has, which the shoes weirdly fit. I don't know why. It's like I don't like how the performance sneakers look. I don't like the low tops. I say that and then I see these. Okay, so this one actually has some nice looking ones. Alright, what hats do they have? And am I able to afford any? A sweatband. Which, to put this in, what's the way of saying this? To put this in perspective, for these prices. Cut 2 zeros off the right side, that's how much it is in US dollars. So each of these sweatbands are $120. And these three are $260 apiece. Which I love putting that in perspective because they did mirror the Poke currency after yen. Wait, where did Oh, this is where I got the sneakers. Oh, this is called Fashion Street, not Example Day of Footwear. Weird. Okay. I'm definitely not ready for the fighting crew. Alright, who's next? Definitely not doing the dragon badge just yet. I think I may want to try and go up the mountain. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll see what the average level of the Pokemon is around there. And before I do... Hey, Nurse Joy. Please heal up, Pokemon. there. What you got? Actually, everything I can sell. So battle items. Yeah, I can sell those. And I got a rare bone. That's more than nothing. Ooh, nice heal. That'll be useful. Only have 32 here. Let me see what you got. You need to make a delivery to Medali's battle court. Alright, Alfonso. Given the black background on your text, you're supposed to be a tougher fight. Go, Malcolm! Which, here's one of the things that I absolutely love about this. I'm gonna get a little close to the Pokemon here. Okay. So, without it, clipping through the camera, you see how there's, like, some, indentation almost showing the feathers? Like the down on this thing. Which, there's so much little detail. But you have to get so close to some of these Pokemon in order to see. Like, the mouse holes here. You can actually see little bits of fur on them. And it actually comes off almost like a cotton ball and you can see through it. Like, that is so cool. Anyway, sorry. I just like to point out some of these little things because, again, there are some people that complain about the graphics and stuff in this. And then don't look closely at all at the Pokemon. And, don't see some of the crazy detail that there is on them. Ooh, Rock Slide. Yes, please. That'll be so much better than Smackdown. Oh, it's 25 more power with a 90% hit. I kind of want to keep Salt here. I'll swap out my Chop. Ooh, Amaya wants to learn Night Slash. Yes. I'll do that over regular Slash. Send in a Go-Goat, which is a grass type. Best friend. both bug and flying are good against grass. Here's another one, like, looking very close at Vespiquen. You can just see the detail for the carapace even. Like, it has a specific shine to it, like it's actually hard. And again, for the Go-Go, the horns have more of a sheen to them. The fur actually has a fur texture to it. You don't see it at a distance, but you see it when you're up close. Yeah. Oh, that wasn't that much damage. Just. Ow. You know what, screw it. Amaya, come in here. I'll just have you back slash it. There we go. I think also from Yaskrad if you look closely. Yeah, you can see the fuzz of the fur. The flower thing she has next to her actually has a bit of shine on it, like it's actually made of plants. This cape-like thing behind her actually has a sheen to it as if it's almost leather. Like, there's so many little things. Oh, you're sending in a Dreadnought? That thing's 4 times weak to water. Or 4 times weak to grass. And I have a guaranteed crit against it. That can't miss. Yep. Can't find my destination or my way to victory. That's a normal one. Normal. Well, I just remembered something. Is that there is actually a way to check. What was it under? Pokeportal? Nope. Oh, how do I feel my trainer card? I think that is through the portal. I need to find this because it shows how many shinies you've run into. Trade Surprise, Link Battle, Battle Stadium, Mystery Gift, Raid, Battle, Reunion Circle. It's not that. Is it one of these buttons? No. Adventure Guide? No. Yeah, I'll have to find that later. Oh, Dunsparce. Person on the side of the road. Talk to me! Just, no, I don't want to battle you. Berries. Oh, there's an ice type. Rare bone. That's a good little chunk more health. Oh. Here's a graveyard. Oh, they're level 39. I should be able to do this. Oh, so cute. Bullet seed. It's the only thing I can hit. It just made itself fall asleep. Okay. Just gonna huck an Ultra Ball and see if I catch it. Ooh, crit catch. Hey! I got lucky. Nice, got a graveyard, got some graveyard wax, and yeah, this friendly Pokemon doesn't like being alone. Pay even the slightest bit of attention and it will follow you forever. Such a cute little dog. But yeah, I think the Scarlet version of its Pokédex entry is really freaking dark. Yeah, Graveyard, one that I'm definitely gonna try and have. Oh, hello. Sneasel. I think that's a male as well, because of the long ear. Yep. So, for a female Sneasel, that red ear will be much shorter. Frosty with another Hyper Voice. This thing is preparing for a one-shot. Let's catch it quick. I got another critical catch. Okay, what's with my luck with getting crit catches all of a sudden? I mean, I'm not complaining, but damn, that's nice. Just kind of weird. Oh, right, I completely forgot. Pokedex. 50 volumes, 5 smalls. 60 volumes, a Firestone. 70. Ooh, some netballs. Those will be useful. And 80 is Waterstone. Ooh, 90 is Nest. Those are pretty good too. There we go. Ooh! Almost ran into a sniper. Hi there, heal my Pokemon. Thank you, Joy. Okay. Don't need to go up to Area 3. Instead, I want to go to Montana Vera. Avalog right there. Ooh, bug type one right here. What were the weaknesses for bug type? I know fire and flying, but what were the other ones? Oh, rock type. Really? That's good to know. Oh, and that's a good Pokemon right there, too. Just not one I can use right now. That sucks. Alright, let's see. Yeah, still rock slide on it. Good damage. Good damage. Dang it, I flinched. I flinched again. Okay, third time I did it. max in energy. I'm gonna heal everyone up. Well, looks like one of them didn't get that in time. Oh, the axe goes straight. That's good. Oh, I almost died. I just did the wrong thing and try and solve here. Oh well. Oh, I knocked the stack. Finish it! I swear, this thing has 1 HP. Or it... No, it's not down yet. It actually has like 1 HP. Wow. That's surprising. Okay, I'm gonna try and catch this at you. Just because they're not that common. Ooh, nice kind of star piece. There we go. If you see peculiar teeth marks on boulders or trees, it means an Axio is likely living nearby. Oh, really? Cool. I thought I saw Vaporeon in there for a second. I was gonna say, I kinda wanna catch that thing because it's a pretty decent water type. Oh, Glaceon! Which, yeah, if I want any of the Eons, it's not gonna be easy. Because my, So yeah, it's not going to be easy just because of my, like, one of my self-imposed rules. Which is because of that coin flip I did it. Being that I'm only allowed to use female Pokemon. And Eevees, and in conjunction, every single evolution of Eevee, have the chance to, I think it's a 12% chance, or 12.5% chance that it'll be female. And 87.5% chance that they're male. I think those were the numbers. Reason being, in one of the games, Eevee was a starter. And for some reason, starters can never be 50-50. Ooh, nice. Take this. Just having a nice smooth path up the mountain. So many graveyards. I'm not really seeing anything above 40. Which is good. Yep. Here's this one for her. Which I'm not going to be going for just yet. I'm going to go up to Glassadeo Gym. Or Glassadeo? I don't know. But yeah, that's for the ice one. Which I think those are the... No, I have 3 left. They're not the last 2. Oh, nice, you got an Obama Snare there. Which is an interesting Pokemon, but it's 4 times weak to fire. Doesn't have a ton of other weaknesses, but yeah, 4 times weakness to fire when most people usually have a fire type in their team is pretty bad. Woohee! Paldea's highest peak. One of the 10 sites of Paldea. Which, if I remember right, this is actually a fast travel location. Pop. And drop. No chemical? Weird. Okay, so I've got 2 different gyms I can go to now. I've never been to the jungle. I didn't even know that was a thing. Or are you talking about one of the areas in the underground mines? Oh wait, no, there is like a random island. Is that what you're talking about? Because I know I've heard of that, I've just never seen it. Okay, yeah, the one with the volcano, which has special tempering for weapons and stuff like that. Yes, I have heard of that. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the ice gym yet. To be honest, I'm getting pretty tired. But I think I'll just run around and do some of these. Thank you for that. Yes, yes you can. Okay, so Psychic type. Psychic is actually very weak to Dark. What else? It's weak to Ghost. It's weak to... Wait, is that it? Is it just Dark and Ghost? Bug, Dark, and Ghost. I always forget about the bug weaknesses. Yeah, it's just because bug type's kind of weird. Is that a Shellos? Yes, it is. That's a Shellos West? I think Shellos West was the blue one and Shellos East was the pink one. I still refer to them as that because of Diamond and Pearl. It's basically just the male one and the female one, which are on opposite sides of the mountain in Diamond and Pearl. For some reason. But I will catch this one because, yeah, don't know if that Pokedex. Which I'm not gonna even try and closely fill out the entire Pokedex. Because I know that's not going to be easy. Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all. Ooh, hello, that's a TM right there. Yeah, that's a shallow seast. Nice. I forget what I said it was. Okay, so for the bug type... I think I'm gonna have to check my Pokemon for some of their moves. Because I think Vespiquen is missing a move. So here she has Bug Bite and Fury Cutter that she can remember. But she's a special attacker. Oh! Air Slash is special attack? Oh, in that case I should have that instead of Gust. And if I can, I should give her Acrobatics. I'm above a Team Starbase, aren't I? Oh, wait, am I next to Poison? Yeah, I'm near Atticus, okay. Or no, I think Atticus was a kid. Ah, I forget. Oh, there's a bug type that I never caught. Nice. Which is actually a very good bug type, which also becomes dark? Or it just stays as pure bug. Air Slash. Air Slash. There we go. I have not caught a tarantula. Boom! Oh, And stunt. So yeah, this is a Pokemon right here called Tarantula, which is so cute. It just has a similar name to a spider. Though it isn't one. It actually, I think, turns into a stick bug. Yeah, it's a string ball Pokemon. The thread it secretes from its rear is as strong as wire. The secret behind the thread's strength is the topic of ongoing research. So I guess it is actually kind of like a spider. Huh. So it's similar to a spider, but it turns into a stick bug. That is so strange. Like, that is so ridiculously strange. Ooh, ghost type. Whew. See a damage over. Of course not unpopular. Oh jeez, I banned you like... Wow. I recognize the name of that site. I banned that person. Hey. Not too long after it started. It had something to sleep. Well, this will heal sleep from all of us, at least. Night Slash. Of course I got one that's spamming sleep moves. Hey, a mile will go. And I actually don't have a hippopotamus. It just took itself down with recoil. There we go. Got a hippopotamus. Which I need to make sure, are these going in the right box? Okay, good. They're not going into anything else. You know what? Put this one here in potential. Because that's a good dragon type. Just gonna have to use the treasure eatery to change its typing. Or its terra typing. Okay, looks like that is a... Oh, Smimpidump right there. Interesting. What is here? Huh. Oh. I made sure to go out of the... Okay, yeah. Just gotta make sure I'm not throwing random Pokemon I catch into the potential team. Ooh, nice meters. So this is just like a little maze with a bunch of stuff in it. Oh. Wow, it was not happy about that. What? Oh, a Hariyama. Cool. in the book. Pokedoll. Carbos, nice. Flamigo. Oh, hello. I see a secret. Oh, I can't get up there without climbing. Oh wait, no, maybe I can go off from the top. Or do this. Haha! Okay, what's in this little cave? A dragon claw here. Nice. That's a nice little hidden thing. Okay, where am I? Okay. Oh, that's up there. Ah, that's in that area. Yeah, I can't go there yet. Dark is weak to fairy, right? Fairy fighting and bug, if I remember correctly. Yep. Fairy fighting and bug. But yeah, I'm just doing a bunch of these little raids since I'm probably going to be jumping out in about 15 minutes. It's up there. No! Let me up! Well, I can get up there. Okay, stop falling. There we go. Alright, I've already caught a roly-poly. Hell, I think I caught a carkle too. See, I'm just gonna be taking this one out and not catching it. Ooh, I trace its heat through. Nice. Yeah, I'll just dazzling gleam it. I one-shot it. Well then. Oh, and I didn't really bring much attention to it, but earlier that person that I banned, when I said, oh look, a ban invader, they were trying to promote a specific website again. Which is 100% against my chat rules. Which is no self-promotion unless given permission by me or one of my moderators. Wait. Ah, come on. Come on. Oh, hello, Gimme Ghoul. Nice. Is that a Gothitelle? Oh, that thing looks familiar. What is that? I don't think it's a Gothorita. Hmm. Oh, it's Dolly. Okay. That's why I've never used one of these. This is weird, because that's a grass type. Huh. Odd. Well, I have a small wave. May as well capture the dollar. Actually, I don't think I've ever had one of these because I never leveled up a small live to get it up to Arboleva. Okay. Next is... Is there any more around here that I want to do? Let's look here. What of these have I not done yet? Psychic Gem. Ice and Ghost Gem. Dragon Titan. Fairy type Starfall, Poison type Starfall, and Fighting Star. Alright, yeah, I've made quite a bit of progress. Huh. And yeah, if there's anything that I do off stream, it would probably just be like getting some levels up on my Pokemon, or catching some random ones that I haven't found. As well as going around and just picking up the random gimmicks like these. But yeah, I think I'm gonna be ending out here and raiding out to someone. 'Cause I'm just very tired. And, what is that Taurus doing? What is that Taurus doing? Okay, it's calmed down. That kind of cracked me up. Alright. So... let's see who's online. And then, yeah, I will see those who want to join in for community night on Sunday. Looks like Bark's on. Ah, Kira's on. Yeah, may as well raid Kira since they raided me not too long ago. I think they were the last person to raid me, actually. Yeah. Oh, no, X raided me yesterday. That's who last raided me. And before that was Kira. Alright. Let's get this raid going. Here's our raid message. And hey, thanks for all those who joined with me. Hope to see you again sometime. And for those at the end of the VOD, thank you for watching all the way through. Hope to see you live sometime.